Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and the following message didn't work the first time I tried to play it. Oh no, it's still not working. Uh-oh. Oh, hold on. Let me guess. Yeah, that would be why it didn't work. The video got unlinked. Alright, well, I guess I'm going to have to, I don't know, just play this message instead.
Why buy just a video game from Atari or Intellivision? Invest in the wonder computer of the 1980s for under $300, the Commodore VIC-20. Unlike games, it has a real computer keyboard. With the Commodore VIC-20, the whole family can learn computing at home. Plays great games, too. Under $300, the wonder computer of the 1980s, the Commodore VIC-20.
Coming soon, Commodore brings you Gorf, the Wonder Arcade game, and Omega Race in home versions. Commodore.
All right, there we go. We've at least set the tone for the live stream. Yeah, the Commodore video, apparently I've got it on my NAS, and I think I opened OBS one day when my NAS was not running, so naturally I have no idea where the video is. I'll have to go find it. Anyways, yes, we are going to go back to the 80s, courtesy of eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. Although, courtesy of eBay in that I gave them money, they gave the seller money, and seller sent me something that I might or might not later regret. All right, there we go. Talking about things I won't regret, let's see who I won't regret being in the chat to follow along. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. Thomas says, Eep or Trident. Yes. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. We have Callan. Callan says, Susumi. Hi, Callan. Francois says, just in time. Jesse. Hi, 8386SX. Jesse says, just in time. Yes. Which I had to quit back. Potential regrets don't carry themselves downstairs unless they are a robot. Then again, only if they work. Gutbump says, whoo, I didn't miss anything. I thought I was going to be late for this one. All right, Gutbump's here. Hi, Jason. Helen says, good things are worth the wait. All right. Gutbump says, I have a feeling the Wheel of Regrets needs my catchphrase this evening. Wonder why you might think that, Gutbump. All right. Let's see. Francois says, too late. I just went to bed, laughing emoji face. Gutbomb says, I don't believe you, Francois. Way too early for bed for you. We have Sadmac356. Hi, Sadmac. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Yes, I'm keeping up with the Commodore, but not the Commodore video, apparently. We have Callan says, after the day I've had, bedtime can't come soon enough. Oh, we have Harley777. Hi, Harley. Plays great games, too. Yes. Mega. Hi, Mega. The Commodore VIC-20. Yes. Thomas Armstrong says, beam me up. And Gutbump says, my favorite thing in old-timey commercials back then was that they had to say the brand name at the very end to make sure you didn't forget. Yes. Alan says, I want to Control-Alt-Delete today. Yes, let's see here. Thomas Armstrong sent me some cool VIC-20 upgrades that I may or may not need, and the world is John. Hi, John. John says Commodore was slightly before my time. All right. Yes, I actually have some boards for that. I haven't decided which one to install it in. All right, let's see here. We have the Coffee Goal. Link is in the description. DCF Easter Bust. Thomas Armstrong says ROM adapter and RAM 32K. Yes. All right. I think that's pretty much it, because I was pretty much going to just roll on to the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Dustin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right, and what are we going to start with tonight? We are going to start with the Commodore 128 that I had on my bench during Dave's stream, and I will apologize that I will be watching to see if the snow removal guy shows up tonight, because I may have to go meet him outside if he does, or he may be showing up tomorrow. I don't know. At least I don't have to go anywhere at this immediate moment, so I will warn you in advance if I have to go upstairs. It's because my driveway is being cleared. All right, and oh, that's right, I was also going to turn on the smart outlet here. So I was so curious about this Commodore 128 and was so curious, I pulled it out during Dave's stream. So we have this Commodore 128 that came from an eBay seller in Wisconsin, I believe. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Wisconsin. The box for this is not behind me. The box for something else is behind me. Jesse says, I shoveled ours with a shovel only. I regret everything. Yes, one of my neighbors has a gas-powered snow blower, and it will make quick work of my driveway, hopefully. But anyways, we have this wonderful, as is, for parts of repair, Commodore 128. As you can probably see, it has a complete keyboard. I did find during Dave's stream that there is one key that is rather crunchy sticky, which is why I set the plungers on top of here. These did not come with it. These are from a previous Wheel of Regrets purchase, because I'm probably going to have to take the keyboard apart to fix that key, but all of the keys are present and accounted for, and that's like the only key that feels crunchy. Everything else feels pretty smooth. And I have configured this Commodore 128 in the configuration that it was when the eBay seller tested it, because you can clearly see in the photos they had one key depressed, and that was the 4080 display button. And we are going to reenact what the seller's eBay photos showed. We are going to reenact what the eBay seller's photos showed after I turn on the correct outlet below me. There we go. All right. As you can see, we have Mike's Future Retro in the chat. Hi, Mike. Yes, as you can see, we have a green border. We have a gray background. We have jail bars. We have nothing else. All right. And now I am going to proceed to fix this Commodore 128 in 1 second. All right. Now we will turn on the Commodore 128, and we will see that this is actually a fully working Commodore 128. Was I too fast for you? All right, we will replay that for dramatic effect. All right, we will put this back in the condition that the eBay seller had it in, and we will do that. And I will go to the capture input. And in fact, actually this time I will undepress the switch, and I will actually just hit the reset button on the side instead of power cycling it. And there we go. As Gutbomb says, your hunch was correct, because I had actually confided to Gutbomb that I had bought this thing, and I thought it was a key was depressed on the keyboard. And turns out that was the entire problem. Easy fix, easy peasy. And now for the part of the part of the... Trying to tell if that was it. Oh, must have been a car driving by. All right. Nope, wait a minute. The snowplow guy is here. So I will reveal what I paid for this, and then I'm going to have to go upstairs real quick and meet the snowplow guy, make sure he knows that I am home. So I paid a whopping $120 plus shipping for this, and I will be right back downstairs. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, Thomas Armstrong, we had 6 inches of snow today. And that was even after the fact that it was like, I think it got as warm as 50 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. It was like 60 something Sunday. So yeah, we have 6 inches of snow now on the ground. We're supposed to get about another inch overnight. And Thursday it's going to be 60 degrees again. As my neighbor said, welcome to Virginia. But the thing is, if I got to go to work, I got to have a clear driveway to be able to get out. So yeah, I'm basically going to end up paying $70 to get my driveway cleared for a day and a half at most. But what can you do when it snows? As Mega says, hang in there, parking lot snow piles. Reinforcements are coming. Yeah, exactly. All right. So we got the Commodore 128. If you were watching Dave's stream, you probably saw that I did test it. And in fact, the SID chip even works. Well, it's the area of the state I live in. And maybe I'm being a little on the generous side, but I mean, my neighbor does have to pay for a snowplow and the gas he uses and whatnot. So I want to make sure that he comes back. Basically, that's like $60 for clearing the driveway, plus $10 to cover fees and a tip, and like just I like to treat the people clearing my driveway well, so that they come back and clear it again. And it's kind of a really heavy snow too, so Jesse says around here, if we hand them a beer and a 20, they're happy. Well, I guess around here there's fewer snows that usually require driveways to be plowed, so it probably balances out. Jesse says, even when we had the 3 feet of snow. Oh. Yeah, I live just north of Charlottesville, which it's kind of a high cost living area. So, anyways, yeah, maybe I'm overpaying, but I want to make sure I have someone to plow my snow when there's really lots of wet, heavy snow. Because this might be the last snow of the year. Anyways, I was going to show what came with this Commodore 128 because I didn't show that on Dave's stream. So it did come with the power adapter, which I'm sure will probably just work. And it actually had some of the manuals, which I think is pretty cool. Jesse says, to be fair, it could be the going rate in Virginia. Well, at least from my few experiences with paying for snow removal for probably the length and grade of my driveway, I think it probably is fair. Maybe I'm being a little bit generous, but I don't know, the way I look at it, that sometimes you just have to treat the people who are doing the grunt work that your back can't stand well, to make sure that they come back and help you again. So, and the fact is, we could just, I only had to have my snow plowed one other time this winter, so really it could be just those 2 snowstorms and we're done. I know a lot of other places there's so much snow that maybe I don't know. Anyways, I just want to make sure my neighbors who have the snow plows are taken care of, so that I am pretty sure that they will be glad to come back again. And at least I am feeling somewhat better in that instead of trying to push his snowplow up into the bed of his truck, he bought a little, I guess one of those things that you put on your hitch for carrying small loads, that he put a snowblower into. So at least he doesn't have to go quite as high up, because yeah, Jesse says, I can't be mad with your logic. Yes. Anyways. So. All right. So anyways, we got the Commodore 128. So let's go to some of the other, I am going to go set this to the side here real quick. Let's go to some of the other small boxes before we get to the big 33-pound box behind me, where I will make sure GetBomb is well aware of when we get to that box. I only did the Commodore 128 so soon because A, it was already on the bench, and B, other than the keyboard, which we'll come back to it if we have time, it's like, we'll just go ahead and get it out of the way. All right. So our next package here comes from an eBay seller in Illinois. Or Illinois. Well, however you're supposed to say it. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Illinois. Hey, there is probably several themes to what you'll see tonight. Because there are a couple projects I've been trying to maybe do. Also, a few eBay offers that I accepted. Anyways, all right. First of all, we have some packing peanuts. All right. Right off the bat, I found the ribbon cables in the box, so I will, we'll go ahead and, oh, at least that's anti-static. Actually, I think these are anti-static peanuts, although they sure have a lot of static cling to them, so they may just be pink peanuts. That is anti-static bubble wrap, though, even though a packing peanuts clinged to it. All right, so if anyone wants to try to guess what is in here, there are 2 ribbon cables. I think one is approximately 10 pins, and the other, I think, is a 40 pin, more or less. So, all right. So we'll set these aside. Those do go with what is in here. All right. And we have, all right, we've got a mystery item here, which I will, all right, we will rotate it, but I'm not going to open that just yet. Because, yes, I know VCF East is coming in April. A lot of things I am going to wait for VCF East, but there are some things that in order to prepare, either prepare for VCF East or finish a few projects that are just bugging me, I have bought a few things because I would like to finish some things. I think this one could be, if it turns out well, this actually could go to VCF East. But anyways, I don't know if anyone has any idea what this is. So we've got a short item. We've got a taller item that is kind of boxy, and we have 2 ribbon cables. All right. And I'm going to make sure the chat hasn't failed. That could just be a slow chat night. I'm surprised someone didn't. Oh, you know, if I start unwrapping this, it'll probably give itself away. All right, let's see here. Forgot to bring up a web browser. I usually open the YouTube Control Center in a web browser just in case the chat is malfunctioning. All right. So we have... cables are throwing people off. I've kind of suspected that. Well, it's probably a bit more obvious now. Yeah, well, in a way, it is an I/O card. I had been watching this for a while, and it's something I'd kind of wanted. And the eBay seller made an offer. I don't remember what it was, but I decided to jump for it because it had the cables. Anyways, we have a Sound Blaster Audigy card. Kind of what I would consider the very end of the classic Sound Blaster cards, because I think these still have DOS compatibility. I think newer ones start to lose DOS compatibility. So I looked this one up because that was one of my requirements before I bought this. I wanted to make sure, I was pretty sure it had DOS compatibility before I bought it. And I think I looked it up, and it does work with DOS games. Or at least some DOS games. So I was close enough. Sound Blaster Audigy, but it has the front bay breakout. while I was probably really looking for one in beige, because I kind of remember having one of these at some point in one of my computers. If you'll remember, I have that black AT case that is missing two of the 5¼ inch front panel bays. So I decided to go for this card to put in that case. And I have a motherboard on the way to pair with this. And of course, this. For a kind of a late, kind of what I would call a late Windows 98 2nd edition-ish computer. Probably something that Windows Millennium Edition might feel at home on, but I kind of feel like Millennium Edition really isn't DOS gaming, because DOS mode's turned off by default and you have to turn it back on. It feels like cheating to me. But anyways, because it had the cables, and I think one of these cables is for the FireWire and the other one's for the I think one plugs in. Yeah, I think this one like plugs into both of these headers here. And I'll have to look in the manual to see which one it goes to. I think it might go to this one. Or no, I think it goes here. J1. JP1 on the card to J1 on the breakout, I think. But then there's also this cable here for the FireWire. So, anyways, I'd been looking for one of these, and the reason why it might go to VCF East is because I'm thinking one of the other PCs I'm going to have is going to have kind of the ad lib or very early Sound Blaster, so it could kind of bookend. It would be a bookend on the other side of the table as like the end of what I would call retro sound for DOS gaming. Callan says, I think I'm 0 for 3 on guessing, not my strong point for sure. I'm pretty sure at some point I'll have some things that you'll be better at guessing. I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah, this one was probably a bit obscure. But anyways, I've been looking for one of these, and it could potentially be at VCF East in the build if I have room on the tables. I need to like buy 2 tables so I can start mocking up the exhibit. But it would be on display as kind of to bookend a computer that would be on the other end of the table, because I was kind of thinking of setting things up chronologically, as kitschy as that may seem. But kind of, it could be a bookend, or at least an option if like something else doesn't work out. All right, so I think next we're going to go to 2 Amazon purchases, which I'm just going to basically toss on the bench at the same time because, well, they are related. So one of these is from a company called, oh, well, if I give the company name, it will give away what's in the box. So we'll hold off on that. The other one is from SPB Distribution, New York. So that certainly doesn't give away what's in it. I guess I'll give part of the company name. This other one is from Doorstep something something, but the something something would give away what's in the box. Well, I might as well go ahead and rip this one open here. Thomas Armstrong says, pizza from New Jersey. Hydrate level 4, please. All right. Well, this is going to give it away, I think. But anyways. It's from Doorstep Ink Cartridges. And I feel like I won the lottery on this one. Alan says, no regrets there. Yeah, I know. All right, so if you'll remember from, I guess it was last week, I think, where I started just pulling out all my Apple printers, and I discovered that you could still buy cartridges for some of the Canon Bubble Jet and Apple StyleWriter printers. So one of the sellers, it was like a 10-pack, 5 black, 5 color ink cartridges. So these should fit the StyleWriter 2400. Jesse says, hopefully they're not door stops. And this, remanufactured in the USA. Oh, wow. It has been so long since I have had one of these in my hand. I think our first family printer was a Canon BJ200. Canon Bubble Jet BJ200. Might have been a 200EX. And it used the BCO2 cartridges. Wow. You know, I remember these seemingly had a lot of ink in them. Thomas Armstrong says, you need photo paper now. Keep printing. Anyways, so I'm not going to try these tonight, but at some point we will pull the StyleWriters back out. Although, I guess if I run out of things to look at, we'll look at this tonight. But we will pull the StyleWriters back out. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to clean the, flush the print head for the StyleWriter 2400. Because the ink's been dry in it so long. I'm figuring that the other printer, because the print head is on the cartridge for the StyleWriter 2, that I'm pretty sure that as soon as I install this, put some paper in it, it's just going to print. I'm feeling confident that this is just going to work. But anyways, so I got some ink cartridges for the StyleWriters. Francois says, me pets his BJ10. Yes! Alright, so now I'm going to go to 2 similar-sized boxes, and there's a reason why they're similar-sized. They both come from an eBay seller in Nebraska. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Nebraska. In fact, actually, the return address basically says nerd. N-E-R-D. And I'm kind of wondering if that's like Nebraska. Something. Possibly the initials of whoever runs the company. But yeah, they're from Nerd. I thought I'd mention that because they seem to have a lot of stuff on eBay. So, possible you've bought things from Nerd as well. These are... Now, there's probably no guessing the 3 items contained in these 2 boxes. Unless I got the wrong things. Then it would be quite hilarious if you guessed them. Because these 3 items don't exactly go together like peas in a pod. But let's see what we got, because I actually am forgetting what the 3rd item is. But anyways. Oh, how festive. We have a pink bubble wrap envelope. And we have a plain bubble envelope. Okay, this is somewhat interesting because I was looking at pink peripherals today on Amazon and eBay for a project that, well, some of you all might know what it is. Oh, here we go. And pink bubble wrap. All right. Oh, I remember what the 3rd item is. Yes. I was about to say these go together like I'm a Mac, I'm a PC. And I think that is correct. So in envelope number 1, we have bubble wrap. I believe this is an item for Marchintosh. But we have An Airport Extreme card. Ooh. This is for a computer that I've not shown on the channel. I have mentioned it before, but I don't think I've ever shown the computer on the channel. But that is going to change this Marcintosh unless I run out of time. It would have been more appropriate last year because it had been the 20th anniversary when I bought the first one, but whatever. No, 22nd anniversary. Or, yeah. No, it had been the 21st anniversary last year. It'll be the 22nd anniversary this year, I think. Yeah. Oh, well, I missed the 20th, but I wasn't streaming then. Anyways, all right, item number 2. I will tell you, it has nothing to do with item number 1. But it's in hot pink, so that must mean that we need to open it. And inside envelope number 2, we have... we have a Y2K card. I'd been watching this one for a while, and I finally had to go for it. Mike says, modify airport card for G3 iMac. I don't have a working G3 iMac to try to put that in. But it is for a Power Mac, though. So I bought another Y2K card because reasons. For anyone that might be noticing, this one actually has a clock module on it, which piqued my curiosity. But it supports Millennium and beyond, year 2000. And it is NSTL, whatever NSTL is. I don't know if that's supposed to make you think it's NIST, NIST, the National Institute for Standards and something. But that meets test standards, compatibility test from NSTL, whatever that is. I don't know. Enhanced BIOS. Plug-in upgrades. Got a Dallas DS12C887, which I'm pretty sure the clock battery is going to be oh so dead on. And it has jumpers. Warranty void if removed. I had to grab this because it was really cheap. And it has a Dallas module on it. And I actually wanted to know if I put this in a computer that has no clock built in, which I don't have many that meet that qualification. National Software Testing Labs. Ah, there we go. I don't know that they're in business anymore. That is bringing back memories now that Gutbomb says that, though. I was wondering if I repaired the... Gutbomb says they are not. Okay, that's what I suspected. I was wondering if I repaired this Dallas module and then put this in a computer that did not have a real-time clock built in, so it's probably going to be an XT computer. Would this work? Mega says XT IDE card for machines that need a clock. We might have to try that too. Can we put an XT IDE BIOS in it? And would the PC still see the clock? Good idea. That's why I had to grab this. We might be having a Y2K stream, like, way late. But in my defense, YouTube wasn't a thing in the year 2000. And finally, the last item. And this was just because I'd been wanting one for reasons. And in fact, actually, I'm sure I'll find a system for this. It is a gigabit PCI network card, so there we go. Actually, Mega says you could probably just reflash over that ROM too. Probably could. I will at least dump and archive it first. So yeah, this is just a PCI network card, but it's gigabit. So, anyways. All right, let's see here. What? Oh, am I really? Oh, that's right. Okay. So before we get to the main box, and I'm calling it the main box because it's like 33 pounds. Oh, hi, David. We have David's Projects. Well, thank you for the subscription. David's Project says, subscribed a few minutes ago. I saw the Sound Blaster box at Goodwill over the weekend. I was so tempted to buy it, but I didn't. Lol, the memories. Yes. Yeah, Mega says, put it in a powerful system because Gigabit can really be CPU intensive for older machines. I might actually put it in the machine that I'm going to put the Audigy card in. All right, so I have two eBay purchases that did not come down to the basement, and I have one that I'm saving for Thursday. So the one I'm saving for Thursday, you'll just have to subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Gutbum says, put it in a Pentium 75 for laughs. Yes, that would be so crummy. Okay, now I gotta do it. Can I out crummy Gutbum? Ooh, we could have a crummy competition. Why did I just think of some weird community participation idea to have folks make a video on their most crummy or least crummy vintage hardware and hashtag it with crummy content or something like that. Gutbum says, I just bought another computer for the crummy series, by the way. We may have to collab on coming up with an idea for getting some I don't know, people to make videos, or even if it's just a little short or something on things. I don't know. All right. Anyways, side tangent aside. All right. One of the items that did not come downstairs is the streaming computer that I bought. Although I've got it running a memory test right now. I'm going to let it run. The memory test is passing. But after I got it and pulled it out of the box weighed like 46 pounds. The thing is a beast. I'm thinking I might actually use it as my video editing computer and bring my video editing computer down here to be the new streaming computer. Because I kinda like the build. And it's a little quieter than my video editing computer. I'm torn because I want my video editing computer to have drive bays, but the Lian Li case that this computer I just bought is in is like a really nice case. It's got airflow. The liquid cooling radiators are not like starved for air, so they don't sound like a wind turbine every time they spin up. And believe me, they spin up with Threadripper, so so anyways, I'm torn which computer is going to be the new streaming computer. But anyways, that computer is running a memory test. So anyways, it came in. It has been rated. Definitely not a regret. The thing is solid. In fact, I think the thing came with a legit Windows 11 license. So see, if I had pieced my own Threadripper system together, I would have ended up having to then spend money on a Windows 11 license. But I bought one that was pre-built. And I think it was refurbed because I think I bought it from an authorized Microsoft refurbisher because of the sticker on it. So it's got a refurb license of Windows on it. I think they went over the machine because the thing is like really clean. I'm pretty sure they did test it. And like the thing was packed in. So you've got your amateur eBay packing. Well, okay. You've got your levels of eBay packing. You've got, let me go to Facecam here since I'm going to talk for a few minutes. Okay, so we've got the no packing eBay sellers, and we're going to get to that one in a moment. Then you got like your crummy packing sellers, and your mediocre packing sellers, and your good packing sellers, and your excellent packing sellers. But then you have your professional packing sellers, and this computer was definitely packed by a professional because they used those expanding foam packs. And I don't know how many they used in it, but I paid like $90 shipping. I'm pretty sure that at least a third of that went to expanding foam packs. So I feel like I actually got $90 of shipping and handling out of the purchase, at least. The thing arrived without a speck of damage because they packed it properly and professionally for what is probably a like 35-pound computer. So anyways, it's running a memory test right now. I want to make sure it's stable before I either cart it upstairs to be the new video editing computer or bring it down here. The thing is, spec-wise, how does it differ from my current video editing computer? All right, it has the same processor, so no difference there. The motherboards are different, but they're both gigabyte motherboards, so go figure. My video editing computer, it's a Gigabyte Design Air. This computer I just bought, it's a Gigabyte Aorus. So it's a gaming motherboard versus one of their productivity motherboards. Really, it's the same chipset though, so not a big difference there. Okay, so my video editing computer has 128 gigs of RAM in it. This computer only has 64 gigs of RAM in it, but there's still 4 more RAM slots. Remember, this is Threadripper. There's 8 DIMM slots. Same processor. The only other real difference, besides the amount of RAM, and really the cases functionally, is the graphics card. And this is why I'm thinking of taking this computer for my video editing computer, because I sometimes play games on it. The computer I just bought has a GeForce RTX 2070 in it. My video editing computer only has a 1080 in it. So, but the case that computer's in doesn't have room for the liquid cooler that's on the 2070. So, I'm like thinking of just swapping computers. But anyways, more on that when I actually do the swap, but I got to decide which hardware I want where, because quite honestly, I kind of like the idea of the RTX being in my video editing computer, so I can, if I want to play a game, I can have a little bit of ray tracing. I mean, come on, who wouldn't do it? But anyways, Got Bomb says, did Justin just get his tax refund or something? Well, I'll let you wonder that all you want. Jesse says, they threw out a 10th gen i7 workstation to work. I died a little. Well, actually, Jason, it really comes down to, I'd been planning to replace a computer this year, and I was. So, it's a planned replacement, just I'm not replacing the one I thought I was replacing. Windows 10 goes out of support, so I had kind of planned on making sure my computers could run Windows 11. So, if anything, it's a planned computer replacement. And I bought used. I didn't buy new. So, Gupum says, what category would you be in if you stuck a Mac Plus in a carry bag and then stuck that bag in a box and just called it a day? I would call that the no packing category, because a carrying bag is not packing material. Anyways, all right. The other item that I did not bring downstairs is I bought an 8-bit video card. You might have seen it on Dave's channel. The seller is also in the no packing category, maybe marginally the crummy packing category, but they put this Paradise VGA video card, an 8-bit Paradise video card, in a bubble mailer, much like this, although it wasn't pink, it was white. And actually, this pink bubble mailer is actually thicker plastic than the one they sent it in. So actually, a cheaper bubble mailer than this one. So I will do a professional reenactment here, because I don't have the card downstairs. Let me find an expansion card. Okay. So let's imagine that this Gigabyte card here is the video card, although I don't want people to be mad at me. So I'm going to put it in an anti-static bag, but pretend the anti-static bag is not here. That eBay seller did the following. And then sealed it, slapped a UPS label on it, and threw it in. Wouldn't surprise me if they threw it in one of the UPS drop boxes. There we go. I have professionally reenacted their packing job, except because I'm not a savage, I put this good card in an anti-static bag first. They didn't even bother putting it in an anti-static bag. They put it in a bubble mailer, sent it UPS, and when the UPS driver handed it to me, there was an ESD discharge into the card because there were pins sticking out of the bubble mailer. So, yeah, that wasn't good. All right, good night, Francois. I'll have to call that no packing. Needless to say, the card was dead. Needless to say, that eBay seller doesn't accept returns. But needless to say, I believe eBay does have packing standards that this eBay seller did not follow, because eBay's website does seem to tell sellers to pack the item appropriately, and yeeting a card in a bubble mailer and sending it UPS is not proper packing. In fact, I think even if they'd put some plain bubble wrap around it first, then at least the pins wouldn't have been able to stick through the bubble mailer and it might still work. Because I have a feeling that thing got ESD discharged all the way from here to there, or there to here. You know what I mean. Anyways, yeah, I have a return request open on that card, and the whole reason is I'm like, it's not properly packed. They haven't responded to me, strangely enough. I think they think they're just going to ignore it until I ask eBay to step in. But, oh yeah, I'm going to ask eBay to step in. And even if eBay denies it, I'm going to tell eBay, look, they did not properly pack it. They might say no, as is, no returns, but they have to pack it properly. Yeah. Gubum says, also, if it wasn't sold for parts or not working, it doesn't matter if they accept returns or not. eBay will side with you every time in that case. Yeah. Yeah, it could be one of those eBay may side with them because it was sold for parts or not working. But I'm going to push the fact to eBay that they did not properly pack it. So there is a chance it worked before they sent it because they claim they couldn't test it. But they pretty much assured that it would be dead by the time I received it. That I believe your guidelines tell sellers they do have to pack items. And that they did not properly pack it. So, yeah, eBay may not side with me. They may reject my request, but I'm at least going to try because I think they do require sellers to take some steps to protect the item from the shipping company. Because actually, the thing is, UPS would have called that inadequate packaging. So, anyways, the card's upstairs. The bubble wrap mailer somewhere. I think I can ask eBay to step in on the 14th, but it may not go the way I want it to. I'm not looking for a partial refund. I'm looking to return the card because they didn't pack it properly. In fact, actually, when I tell eBay, I'm not going to focus on what the card did. I'm going to focus on how they packed it and how they packed it, and that doesn't meet packing standards, and that it didn't protect the card in transit. Doesn't matter what the card did. Well, for my return request. The thing is, I think the card is completely dead. I have my theories as to why they're not responding, but I don't know. Anyways. All right, so now that I've done venting on the eBay seller that had no... Oh, and the thing is, I was watching several of their other auctions, but after I got that first card, I removed every last one of the other items of theirs that I was watching from my watch list, because I'm not risking that packing job again. All right, so let's go to this 33-pound box here that I'm sure Gut Bomb has been waiting on with bated breath. It is so big that I'm not going to be able to move it to my bench top. But let's just say that we have some wonderful items inside of this box. So let's go to table cam. And I'm not sure how I feel about the packing job of these computers and other items in the box, because on top of it all was just some shrink wrap stuff. However, when we get to what's in the box, you'll see that I wasn't quite as disappointed once I realized how it was packed underneath of this. But anyways. All right. I'm waiting for... does anyone want to guess what is in the box? Oh, wow. Gutbomb's saying if that's a VIC... if that's a VIC 60... VIC 60? I've never heard of a VIC 60, Gutbomb. I think Gutbomb's on to me here. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with this very long. So, item number 1 in the box. We have a VIC 20 box. Sadback says either a Trident card or a bunch of DVDs. All right, we have a VIC 20 box. The personal color computer with arcade game excitement. David's Project says, yeah. This one came from Kmart. And unfortunately, I think the tag is falling apart. I can't tell how much it originally sold for. Gutbomb says, hey, that's the Wonder Computer of the 1980s. Yes, it is. Look at this fun family here. Awkwardly to one side of the TV. I am pretty sure the dad cannot see the TV from the angle he's at. If he can, it's probably like this side of the screen. And, well, we got the one brother hogging time, and there's the other brother and the dad that is smiling at the computer screen, but I'm pretty sure he can't see it at that angle. And then we got the dad doing his finances with a cup of coffee. There we go. Oh, I will give him that. Oh, you can't see that. It is actually plugged in, at least here. So at least someone at Commodore thought to make it somewhat realistic. But anyways. All right, we have... Ooh. All right, in this one, we have the RF adapter. Very cool. We're going to set that to the side and not use it. All right, well. We have... Oh, here we go. We've got a VIC 20 with a broken key. But I'm not too worried about that. And we've got a power adapter. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, personal computing on the VIC 20. All right. Well, Gutbomb says I call that the disappointment adapter, yeah. Gutbomb says I learned BASIC from that very book when I was a kid. Let me get a drink of water here. All right. So we've got the, so we're going to go for the test here. So we got the power adapter. The power switch is in the off position. All right, I do know that my capture setup is working. So we got the video adapter. If I can remember which one it plugs into. Oh, that's right. The VIC-20. It goes on the one with 5 pins. All right, we will plug the power adapter in. Capcom says, "You've never been a true programmer until working with only 3.5K of memory." Yes. David's project says, "You old people with the VIC-20, I was cutting age young with the C64. All right, 3, 2, 1. And we have a red LED. All right, and we have Commodore Basic version 2. All right, the colors are weird because my scaler does not like the VIC-20. I am pretty sure that if I'd plug it into an actual TV, that the colors would be closer to correct. Correct, because apparently, depending on the age of the VIC chip, there's like 3 different color palettes or something like that. All right, so we got 10 print. Ooh, this keyboard feels pretty good. Oh. Oops. Oh. Hold on. Oh, the shift key might not be working. Control? No, that's... Oh. Oh, that's right. The delete key. All right, the keyboard actually feels really good. All right, we got the broken key. I don't know if it works. I think all the other keys work. All right. So I think VIC-20, this VIC-20 is, it's looking pretty good. One broken key. That's actually really nice. And it looks, and the outside condition, despite the fact it's got a broken key, this VIC-20 case is like so clean. This like beats a lot of the other. In fact, actually, this keyboard looks really. You know, I don't think this thing had much use because this keyboard doesn't look like it's been typed on much. Yeah, I bet this thing didn't see much use. I kind of wonder if maybe he got broken back in the 80s and they put it back in the box. All right, so this VIC-20, thumbs up. All right, let's see what else is in this box here. All right, let me first set this VIC-20 to the side because I don't want to like knock it over anything. Capcom says VIC 19.75 because of the broken key. All right, so next we have another VIC-20 box. Because apparently I don't learn. I'm going to set the peripherals that came with this first one with it. Kind of keep everything together. All right. Gutbomb says, hey, this stream is running on a loop. We have the VIC-20, the personal computer with arcade game excitement. Wow, I feel like a broken record. These boxes are in like really good shape too. All right, the side of this one's kind of starting to peel off, but I don't know. This feels weird because usually I end up getting the like bottom of the barrel for some reason. These boxes don't even seem like they're even got damp. Wow. All right. This kind of feels a little special. But anyways, all right, we have more of this plastic wrap, and we have, oh, what do you know? We have another VIC-20. Oh, all right, let me get this out of the box, and all right, let's see what's in here. I think it's another, yep, another RF adapter and another power adapter. So we will go ahead and test this power adapter. And the VIC-20 book. All right. So now I'm pretty sure all of you all probably noticed something. Yeah, Gutbomb did. Gutbomb noticed that this keyboard is not like the others. And now if you're wondering why in the world I would have bought a lot of VIC-20 computers on eBay, it's because this one was in the lot. And while I do have a Pet Keys VIC-20, it has issues. Some of which I think are with the keyboard itself. Gutbomb says, my childhood one had the Pet Keys. Yes. So anyways, all right. So this one is in a bit dirtier condition. There is some dirt down in the vent grill here, which I think might be, no, actually it does look like there is actually holes. But the keyboard fortunately is intact. In fact, I would have probably bought this even if it had a broken key on it, because it would have at least worked to maybe help get my Pet Keys keyboard other one working. The Pet Keys keyboard is different, so you can't use a regular keyboard to fix a Pet Keys keyboard if you're swapping parts, because it is not only are the keycaps different, but the keyboard mech is slightly different. But anyways, there's no time like the present. 3, 2, 1. All right, we have an LED. All right, CBM Basic version 2. We have memory free. Oh. Interesting. Oh no. Well, Bob says these keyboards sometimes just need a workout to get working again. Actually, I'm kind of wondering if the problem is something else. me see here. I mean, the keyboard is complete. It may need cleaned. Wait a minute. There we go. The D key's working. I feel like there's a simpler problem here. Almost like the CIA needs replaced. Well, at least one of the CIAs is in a socket. Oh, wait, I think they're both in a... Oh, wait. Something's a bit weird. Hold, please, while I find a flashlight. Alright, let's see if we can take a look in here. Alright. So I can see down in the VIC-20. So, the two CIA chips, I believe, are there and there, if I remember my VIC-20 chips. They are fortunately both in a socket. It would be so easy to just, like, go grab a CIA and swap chips. Alright, let me do something here real quick. Can we... Oh. Alright. Okay. I'm paying my snow removal guy here real quick, so that I don't forget. Alright. There we go. Alright. Alright, let me go grab a CIA or something here. We'll try a quick swap. got a better idea. I've got a better idea. Let's take a look at the last item in the box, and then we'll worry about repairs. Partly because I realized I'm going to have to pull the CIA out of another VIC-20 unless I can find the ones I ordered from Mauser. Because I think I ordered 2, and I used 1. It's a matter of, well, I managed to find the other one. No telling where it might have gone in this box. Oh, wait a minute. Is that it right there? Oh, nope, that's not it. That's a 6502 processor. Okay, well, good thing I didn't use that. All right, we'll come back to this after we check out the last, and there's no denying it, the last VIC-20 in the box. All right. All right. And finally, we have, I don't know if I can actually get into my chair. Oh, I think this might actually be the box for the Petkeys VIC-20. I think the seller might have gotten boxes mixed up. Maybe. All right, we have the last VIC-20, and it's actually in the styrofoam. Also, it's got a complete keyboard. Oh, wait, no, actually, I think this box is for the 651203. Oh, nope, this is... Yeah, okay. This is actually the VIC-20 that goes in the box. I just got thrown off by the fact that it has the Petkeys VIC-20 on the end. Oh, we got a registration card in here, but this one also has the VIC-20 guide. And RF adapter and power adapter. All right. Oh, and this one's got the little TV switcher thing, too. All right. Now, you're probably wondering, what in the world do I need with 3 VIC-20s? And, well, the answer is I don't. I haven't decided what to do with the extras yet. And for anyone wondering, Capcom says, rerun, I've seen it. Oh, hey, foam. Yeah, this one actually had the foam. The Petkeys one is not the extras I'm referring to, if anyone's wondering. Oh, interesting. Oh. All right. A VIC-20 cluster. David says, ah. All right. 3. Oh, let's plug in the video. All right, 3, 2, 1, and we got an LED. Oh, wow. We have no image. All right, let's try that again. Pump says a repair project. Yeah. Ah, all right. This one. So we are getting a video signal, but we're not getting an image. So this one's got a fault with it. Oh no. All right. I guess because this one is the furthest from working, let's go ahead and I'm gonna set some bubble wrap down to kind of protect the keyboard while I unscrew it. Because the keyboard's in good shape. All right, so this one's the one that's in the worst condition. Let's see what we can figure out. So we did get a video signal, although there was no image. So that tells me that that the VIC-20 was trying to output something at least. All right. Let's unplug the keyboard and the LED so I can diagnose. Because the problem is probably not the keyboard. All right. I will plug power back in. The first thing I'm going to check is voltages. Because maybe the voltages are wrong. Actually, first thing I'll check is if all the chips are seated. And all right, let's just double check. All right, so all right, no image. All right, we have no image. All right, let's check voltages. All right. So I think if I remember, okay, so got 5 volts at the CIA. Got 5 volts there. Well, that's interesting. Is that not the right pin? Hold, please. Seemingly, this CIA has no volts. All right, I'm just checking to see if there's any chips that are abnormally warm. There's not. I'll have to check the VIC. The VIC usually runs warm. All right, so I need the pin out of the 6522. Maybe that's not the voltage. Oh, that may be the wrong pin. Oh, yeah, that was the wrong pin. Never mind. Okay. Okay, so that's the ground pin right there. And that should be 5 volts right there. Yes. All right, and we got 5 volts there. Okay, so the CIAs have 5 volts, so I'm pretty sure that everything's going to have 5 volts. All right. Good. All right. Let's see if we can get the lid off of the VIC chip. Because I'm kind of wondering if the VIC chip is... All right, there we go. Lid is off. 6560 is the VIC, so I'll have to look up the pinout, but I'm going to see if it's getting warm even. Okay, it is getting... start to feel heat. I'm going to double check that it has some expected voltages, because I believe it has more than one voltage rail. All right, so that should be VDD. Oh, wait a minute, that's VDD. So VSS is there. VDD is going to be 5 volts. Okay, I think that is correct. And I thought it had 2 voltage rails. Oh, I must be thinking of another chip. Okay. Okay, interestingly enough, the VIC chip, which normally I thought ran warm enough that I would not be able to keep my hands on it this long. All right, I think a VIC chip swap might be in order. Yeah, because this is like... Actually, I'm going to grab my thermal camera to confirm, but normally I would think the VIC chip is the hottest chip on the board, and I don't think that's true. Which would mean it's probably bad. Ah, here we go. And Rudy of Rudy's Retro Intel sent me some chips for a... I need to order ZIF sockets. But I've got a VIC-20 board that was missing all the chips. Rudy sent me some chips so I could make a ZIF-20 out of it. Kind of wish I had the ZIF-20 now, because then I could just stick this VIC chip in it and see what it does. But I got to order ZIF sockets. So, let me see here. So, the VIC is off. Alright, the VIC is now on. There is no video signal. But I will zoom in to the thermal camera's display. And seemingly the VIC chip's only getting to about 40 degrees. 40. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Oh, that's the top of a capacitor. I think that's reflecting off the top of a capacitor. Yeah, it's only like, yeah, that's not getting really hot. Yeah, that's something. I don't think something's working there. Anyways, so the CIA chips, yeah, the VIC chips like less than 10 degrees Celsius warmer than the CIA's. That seems wrong. All right. The ROM, yeah, the VIC chip's about as warm as the character ROM. That seems wrong. All right, I don't see anything that's like overly hot. We've got proper voltages. So how about, here we go. We'll use the chips Rudy sent me for the ZIF 20, which I am going to put together at some point. I just have to order ZIF sockets. Maybe if I sit down and, you know, actually what I should do is, while I've got this VIC 20 open, I should measure that there's enough room for the ZIF sockets I picked out. So while we've got this open, we'll go ahead and do that, because actually I've been wanting to do that for a while. I just hadn't had the chance to measure for sockets. So, all right, we've got a VIC 20 open. We'll measure for sockets. We'll do that. But let's first see. I'm gonna pull this VIC chip out. All right, so it's a VIC chip that was made in the 32nd week of 1982 by Moss Technologies in Korea, or at least it was packaged in Korea. That's what it says on the bottom. All right, and I've got a VIC 6560 chip here. Actually, we'll go ahead and contact clean the socket. That'll help the chip go in smoothly. And we'll stick this VIC chip in. All right, notch is lined up. All right, and same symptom. All right, so it's not the VIC chip. All right, I'm wondering actually. All right, so all right, I know I didn't go to capture input, but okay, so we got a black screen. All right, nothing. All right, let's see here. Wonder if something's pulling the bus down. All right, I guess we can turn on the silly scope here. And I'll see if I see anything that might point to where the problem is. It could very well be a bad static RAM chip. Something could be pulling the bus down too. That is entirely possible. All right. So we are going to go to GA1 so you can see what I'm seeing on the scope. All right, I'm going to turn on, and we'll go to a pinout here. So we'll go to the phase. Go to the signal here, so I can auto set my oscilloscope. So, yep, that is phase 1. It's pin 39 on the VIC, 14 point. I mean, this is a clock signal. All right, that's phase 2. That is option. I don't know what that. Oh, okay. That is P phi 2, and that's P phi 1, which my oscilloscope's not showing a signal on. That's kind of weird. All right. So, anyways, that's A13. A12. Oh, I may need to, okay, let's go to address 0, and I may need to power cycle, because maybe the computer's crashed. Alright, so I'm on address line 0. There should definitely be activity on address line 0, at least for a brief moment. And that doesn't seem right. Alright, where's the, let's see, where's reset? Reset. Vic doesn't have... Okay. Ah. I'm just gonna try something here. Oh, no, let's at least be a little bit like Adrian Black and make an informed chip removal decision. How about that? Let me pull up the pinout for 6502 real quick. I think with no activity on the address bus, I'm kind of wondering if the CPU is dead. Would not be the first 6502 that I've seen that was dead, but... Alright, so I'm going to go on pin 40. That should be the reset signal. Okay, so it did go high. Alright, that's good. So that's going to be the phase 2 out of the... Oh. Well, that's a problem. I don't know what S0 is, so here's phase 0 of the CPU, which is an input. Wait a minute. We haven't no. Well, that could be the problem. It doesn't look like we have a clock in. Okay. So no clock into the CPU. Well, that would probably explain why the CPU's dead. Okay, what generates the clock? All right, what generates the clock on a VIC-20? Is there a crystal? Oh no, wait a minute. Okay, so we have a clock signal here. That's pin 39 of the VIC chip. And we have a clock signal on pin 38 of the VIC chip. Pin 36, there's no clock signal. Pin 35, there's no clock signal. All right. Okay, let me do a quick Google search. What generates the clock on a VIC-20? Here we go. How the VIC-20 works. All right, schematics, blah, 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 blah. All right, VIC chip. Okay, the VIC generates video output. The VIC chips output the main system clock. Oh, okay, so the VIC chip is generating the clock. Except in this case, it doesn't appear to be generating the clock. All right. Let's pull this VIC out. And I'll put the other VIC chip back in. And let's see if it... I'm wondering if we have more than one failure. All right, let's see if we generate clocks with this one. All right. So now we go to pin 30, not 39. Yeah, 39. So there's our clock in, I believe. And 38, I think that's input. So I think 36 is one of the outputs. Oh, wait a minute. Is the whole problem that maybe 40, 39, 38, 36? Hold on. The whole problem may be that I got the... Oh, that's embarrassing. Had the wrong scale on the oscilloscope. Well, that'll do it every time. All right. So this VIC chip is generating a clock. All right. I have a feeling the other VIC chip is generating a clock. I have a feeling both VIC chips are good. Sorry, little VIC chip. I'm sorry I doubted you, even though some of your brethren are... unreliable. Okay, so that's clock in and that's a clock in, because that's the 14.31818. All right, so this should be an output. Yep, that's a solid output, and I think this is the other output. All right, so that's two good solid outputs. Now, let's come to the 6502. So, pin 37 is the clock in. 40, 39, 30. Okay, so pin 37 on the 6502. That looks good. All right, pin 39 is an output. All right, the 6502 is outputting a clock signal. It also should be outputting a clock signal on pin 3, I believe. And it is. All right. All right, so let's go to pin 9. That should be address line 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. All right, so this should be pin 9 of the 6502. Address line 0. Do we see any activity? No. There's no activity on that pin. Address line 1 is high. Okay. High. High, but a bit messy. Low. Okay, that's just weird. All right, I'm going to go to data line 0. 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33. That's data line 0. I'm going to power cycle again. That doesn't look right. I've seen enough of Adrian's videos to know that when you got things floating in La La Land, that's going to be at about 2 volts. That's kind of at TTL La La Land. All right, something on the data bus is like not playing nice on all of the data lines. That's not cool. All right. Thermal imaging camera time again. Oh. I think this thing was well worth the $120 I paid for it. All right, one of the ROMs is like getting quite toasty warm. Well, it's 50 degrees Celsius. That's not like that out of the ordinary. The other ROM is like hardly getting warm at all. No, it is. I'm not seeing anything. Ah, even my FET probe's getting warm. Okay, there's nothing that's saying I'm malfunctioning on the thermal camera. Okay, we still don't have a video image. All right. So I'm thinking let's something's pulling the data lines down on this board. Okay, I'm just looking here. All right. Oh, there's an interesting. Oh, there's an interesting idea. Let me grab a game card. All right. All right. So I'm going to put a game cartridge in. In this case, it's Omega Race. All right. And let's see if anything different happens. No. Okay. That is a no. All right. Thought I would check. All right. So Omega Race didn't fix it. All right. I'm going to. I don't think the CIAs are. I don't think they're required for the system to boot. All right. This one I believe is responsible for the keyboard and whatnot. So I'm gonna pull it. I'm just seeing if maybe something will let the system boot. No. All right. Let's remove this one. I'll put them back in with some deoxit if I'm trying to give it long enough for it to actually boot. Because sometimes VIC-20s can take like a couple seconds. So that's longer than it should have. All right. I'm going to pull the character ROM. This is kind of the time when I wish I had one of those retro chip testers. Because then I could just say pop this ROM in and run a checksum on it real quick. All right. I don't know what the VIC-20 does without character ROM, if that's the problem. All right, that's not it. All right. We'll pull this ROM out. Now for these two, I don't remember which one's which right offhand, but I know one of these is required for it to boot. All right. So that one. No. Okay, so that one I'll deoxit. Put back in. have a theory here. I do know of a component that could be defective and hold all 8 data lines at some weird level. That would be very easy for me to swap out with another chip. All right. All right. So, nope. That was not it. We'll deoxit that socket. Although I'm using WD-40 contact cleaner, so I guess I'm removing oxidation from the socket. All right. Okay, let me put the character ROM back in, because I don't think the character ROM was the problem. Although the character ROM has a really weird date code on it. Nano 1460-03. Okay. According to the numbers that Rudy wrote on these chips. Yeah, it is the right part number. Okay. So let's see if contact cleaner happened to do something. No. All right. $6502 processor out. We'll take this one. I think, yeah, Rudy sent me one. So it is a 6502. All right, I will put some contact cleaner in it. Socket. Because a bad CPU could tie all the data lines down. Well, by golly. Bad MOS CPU. And a really noisy VIC output. All right, well, let's put the CIA chips back in. All right, make sure it still powers up. Yeah, David's project says woot. All right, it's powering up. So, because I started to think that what could cause the data lines to be pulled down to about 2 volts if it was defective, and I realized there's bus transceivers between the CPU and memory. So I realized that the only things that really could be would be one of these 2 ROMs, which I pulled them out one at a time. The system won't boot with both of them removed. I think you have to have the kernel ROM for it to boot. So yeah, it could have still been the kernel ROM. But then I realized that, well, the CPU would be one thing that it definitely wouldn't run if it was bad. And it's a MOS part. And quite honestly, the chip, it's kind of hard to see, but the chip is kind of weird. It's like there's a depression in it or something. See, there you go. You can kind of see it with the light reflected there. That is kind of like really weird. And while that doesn't necessarily constitute a bad chip, still, I was looking at the top of it and wondering if it, I don't know, something about it doesn't look right. Anyways, well, all right, well, this is a no longer a MOS 6502. It is an XMOS X6502. All right. Let me see if I've got another CPU that I can actually leave in the system here. All right. I have a W65CO2, but that would require me to do a mod to put in the system. I think I've got some 6502s. Those are keyboard controllers. Those are Z80 processors. Those are the same keyboard controllers. Z80 processor. Oh, here we go. Oh, well, it's a 65 CO2. All right. That's not quite what I was looking for. More Z80 processors. Oh, lost the probins for my capacitor tester in the box somewhere. I'll have to find them. Oh, hold on. I think I know where the 6502s might be. Take a look at another box. Oh, I was right that I had 8-bit processors in here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So I bought a lot of chips on eBay sometime last year. That kind of seemed to be someone who was trying to do some stuff with Apple II computers and for some reason liquidated their parts. So not only do I have a bunch of random DigiKey bags with some 74 series logic in them, and I had a ROM-X for an Apple II Plus, which is in my Apple II Plus. And there's some 4116s. Oh, good to know that I have those. And some other random 74 series logic chips. Here we go. There is a 6502 processor in here. I think it might have been pulled out of an Apple II computer at one point. Oh yeah, I even have one of the RF modulators for the Apple II. The one that, because of FCC rules, Apple did not sell installed, but would tell you where to buy it from Supermod. Because the FCC didn't prevent companies from selling the RF modulators separately, but would have made Apple do compliance testing if they'd included it, so Apple found a convenient workaround. And then I think the FCC found a convenient workaround. Oh, there we go. I got an RM65 CO2 in here. Nice. Alright, well, I bought these parts on eBay because I kind of wanted the ROMX, and I knew the other parts could come in handy because there were RAM chips in here and whatnot. Didn't necessarily buy them for... I was just looking to see what other things might be in here. But anyways, alright, because I want to put a 6502 in this VIC-20. And I don't feel like digging for other 6502s. So anyways, we have a Rockwell 6502. R6502P is the part number on it. I'm pretty sure that that is a standard 6502 processor. It looks like this one was made in... Oh, wow, this one might be a fairly late 6502 processor. If I'm reading the date code right, it might be week 41 of 1999. So I guess still vintage, but... Well, anyways, if it will fix the VIC-20, then we'll use it. Otherwise, I may use one of these... Oh, wait, are these... I thought I've got some 65 CO2s, but one of them looks like it might just be a 6502. Nope, I misread the part number. Do the lens wrong. All right. We'll take this one out. Because Rudy labeled it to make it easy for when I make the ZIF-20. At least I'll know what all the chips are if I pull them out. So I want to keep that set aside for my ZIF-20 board. Not that a 6502 isn't obvious that it's a 6502. Anyway, we are going to take this R6502P processor. That should just be a standard 6502. We're going to put it in, and we're going to turn on, and we're going to see that no smoke came out, and there we go. We have a working VIC-20 again. Now, I've got on my eBay watch list, I've got a diagnostic cartridge and harness for VIC-20s. On my watch list, I haven't bought it yet. I probably will soon, because I got enough VIC-20s. It'd be nice to run them through and make sure I don't need to order CIAs or whatnot. Oh, David's project's asking, what is a ZIP-20? Oh, first of all, my enunciation might be bad tonight. I'm trying to say ZIF-20, as in zero... Oh, hold on. I can't spell either. A ZIF-20, as in zero insertion force. All right, we will delete my weird comment. So, okay, so if you've watched Adrian's Digital Basement, he has, he and a couple other YouTubers have Commodore 64s where they've replaced some of the sockets with zero insertion force sockets to make it easy to test chips. Anyways, I want to do the same thing with a VIC-20 board. Put some zero insertion socket in for at least one of the CIAs. the VIC chip, the ROMs. While I'm at it, I'll just go ahead and put one for the CPU, because VIC-20s make a good platform for testing standard 6502 processors. So we'll put one there, and then probably at least one of the SRAMs. I'll probably pick one that's in the middle of the address, or possibly this one here, because there's space around it where I should be able to get a ZIF socket in. But anyways, it's basically a way to be able to test chips from another board. So if you've got a VIC-20 and you suspect that a chip is bad, you can not only test the chip you pulled out of the unit, but you can also test a chip that you're going to put in the one that's suspected bad to make sure it's still working first. Anyways, yeah, that's what I want to do. I have a VIC-20 board that someone pulled all the socketed chips out of it. Rudy of Rudy's Retro Intel sent me these chips so I can repopulate it. But I'm going to put ZIF sockets in it so that I can use it as a test platform. That's it. It's really nothing fancy. But what I got to do, though, is I need to measure... So I'm going to actually just go ahead and go to eBay, because I was watching a seller of ZIF sockets there. And let me go pull that up. There we go. Because I think they had all the sizes I need. And I just want to make sure there's enough room. Unfortunately, I don't think their listing has... Oh, it does have dimensions. Yes. There we go. There we go. They do have dimensions. All right. So I am going to pull these. All right. So here we go. Let's take a look at this board. Jesse says, regrets incoming. All right, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add some sockets to my cart, because I've been wanting to do this for a while. And I guess now that I got a VIC-20 on the bench, I might as well. So, without further ado, let's measure the clearance I have around these chips to make sure I can actually fit a ZIF socket. In fact, actually, for the SRAMs... Oh, let's see, that's the color RAM. Who knows? I may, no, I'll probably just put one socket in, because that's enough. Coupled with a diagnostic cartridge, being able to put an SRAM chip in is great. So I'll just order a ZIF socket for RAM. No need to get greedy and making a ZIF-20. I'm just trying to see if I can find my calipers. Or any measuring device. Uh-oh. What did I do with my calipers? All right, we will do this another way. Let me see if I can find my metric tape measure. Move the leaning power Okay. All right, so for the SRAM chip, that is I think it's a 16 pin. Yeah, that is a 16 pin. So the ZIF sockets I'm looking at, it looks like all right, so it looks like the width is 15 millimeters. All right, so let me make sure that. Oh, okay, yes, it is off. Let me unplug that. All right, so all right, so that SRAM, I believe, has enough clearance to put side to side to put a ZIF socket in. All right, so lengthwise, it's yeah, it looks like it'll just be big enough. I'm not worried about height because I think with the VIC-20, I don't think there's putting a keyboard. I don't think I'll be able to like put the case back together with ZIF sockets in, so I'm not worried about the height. All right, so it looks like for a socket for the SRAM, these sockets I found will fit. So let me see here. That is a 16 pin socket. Let's see what the pricing is. I can get one for $213 or 5 for about $419. So, all right, I'll get 5. That'll let me make something else with the ZIF sockets later. Okay. So, there we go. So that will give me an SRAM. I'm going to well, no, I think I can do this without marking chips. Okay, so for the okay, that's the only single wide chip that I'm going to put a ZIF socket for. All right, so all right, so the next ones are I think the ROMs, and I think all the ROMs are the same number of pins. That's 24 pins. 24 pins. 24 pins. Okay. So for 24 pin, it looks like A is all right. Let's go to width first. It's about 22.09. But this is where I may run into some clearance issues, but I think I can always relocate capacitors. All right. So width-wise, actually that one's probably fine. I can probably actually the capacitor's probably fine. This one here, I bet I have to move the ceramic capacitors between them. But it does look like okay, I'll probably have to move those ceramic capacitors or replace them with like thinner ones or something. But it does look like there's enough room to put 2 sockets side by side there. Okay. Now, 45.3 millimeters. Again, I'm not worried about putting the case back on. But, yep, okay, that one's fine. And, okay. Well, even if the socket sticks off the edge here... okay, the heatsink may be a problem. I may very well consider getting a... there's a place that makes a replacement module for these linear regulators. I may get that replaces it, so you can replace it with a little switching module. I may consider getting one of those so that I can remove the heatsink assembly, because I think the ZIF socket may actually... that may be a conflict, but that's a solvable conflict. Oh, okay, now there is a conflict here that I can't resolve as much, and that is I won't be able to put a ZIF socket for the CPU because I think the ZIF sockets for the ROMs will conflict. All right, that's okay. I've got other ways of testing 6502s, so... Oh, but you know, I could put the ZIF socket in a socket. Ah, you know, I could make an adapter board. Maybe that's what I'll do at some point. So, I'll order a socket for it, but I think to put it in a ZIF socket, I'll have to make a little board that I can plug in this socket to shift the processor over so that there's enough clearance for the ZIF socket. So I won't be able to put a ZIF socket directly in the board for the ROMs and the CPU, but I think I got to work around. It'll just require some extra work. All right. So I do need a 24-pin sockets. So I need 3 of them. So 5 is about 525. All right. I'll just order 5, only because I'm not sure the quality of these ZIF sockets. All right. Now I think the last 4 chips are 40-pin. So let me double check. I know this 6502 is 40 pins. Yeah, the VIC is 40 pins. Yeah, and these are 40 pins. So those are all 40 pins. All right. So 40 pins. Again, the width of these 22.9. I think looking at the layout of these chips. All right, the CIAs I believe are spaced correctly, so I can put ZIF sockets there and there. Okay. That looks good. The VIC. All right, I may have to put the ZIF socket. I may have to stack sockets to be able to put the VIC in a ZIF socket because there's just too much around it to get a ZIF socket there. Okay, so it may be a multi-step construction for the project. But we'll, all right. So there we go. All right, now that I've gone ahead and done that and put the ZIF sockets in my eBay cart, that will probably prompt me to order them sooner rather than later because they'll be in my cart. And I'll have to do something with them before I can order anything else. So, there. Forced action. But, alright, we've got a VIC-20. I think... Oh, well, let's plug the keyboard back in and let's make sure that the keyboard works. Now that I have my data for the ZIF-20. Alright, there's that, and the keyboard. Alright, and plug power back in. Not the best looking VIC output. Possible this one needs recapped. The RF output is just a bit noisier than I would expect. But the important thing is, does it work? It's a really expensive lazy dog. I think it works. The keyboard works. Keyboard looks like it's in pretty good shape. The RF output is a bit noisy. I guess I'm going to tag this one. I'll go ahead and put it back together, but CDI says, I may need new glasses. I see mush. Hi, CDI. Welcome. Yes, the RF output, or well, I'm not using the RF output. I guess the composite output on this VIC-20 is a bit disappointing. The darkness is probably my scaler. The noise, though, is... The noise is something inside this VIC-20, and I'm not going to troubleshoot that tonight. It might need recapped. Or otherwise, there may be a component that's out of tolerance. Because I got the can on the RF output, so... It could just be a... I don't know, it could just be a not-so-great VIC chip. But, I mean, it looks like it's in good shape. Honestly, looking at the keycaps, I don't think it was ever used much. Because because there's a slight texture to the original keys, and it seems like all these keycaps still have that texture for the most part. So I'm thinking this might have not been used much. And the case is like really clean, and I'm wondering if, I'm kind of wondering if by chance, now this is just a guess, if someone maybe bought these VIC-20s while they were on sale, maybe? And then pretty soon thereafter upgraded to C64. DDS says, good old 80s tech response is needed. Just whack it like Dad did before he had his 8th beer. Mine did. Ah, most likely the Vic is toast. Yep. Yes, I also know about the percussive maintenance. Yeah, it could be the Vic chip could be toast in this one. I was kind of hoping to get the other repairs. All right, so what we'll say on my tag here is I replaced the 6502. Composite noisy. All right, there we go. So I think that will, let's see, that will be that one tested. All right. All right, let me, somewhere I have a keyboard from a VIC-20 that's missing a key. I'm going to look to see if I can find that keyboard, and if so, is it the same key that my other VIC-20 that I bought? I think the keyboard has a bit more wear on it than the keyboard I'll be repairing, but repaired keyboard's better than not repaired keyboard. Oh, actually, here we go. Actually, maybe we're better than I thought we would be. All right, so that's the first VIC-20 we looked at. It's got a broken clear home key. I've got this keyboard that came out of a VIC-20, probably a later model, but it has the clear home key. And while it's probably not quite as yellowed as these keys, it's close enough for government work. So let's get this keyboard apart here so we can extract the key stem. All right, let's preview. Actually, I think I might just pull it off. I think that key looks just about as yellowed as the rest of the keys on that keyboard. So I might actually be able to pull this repair off, and only you all will know. It might be one of those that only you all know that I replaced a keycap. So I don't know where my iFixit kit has managed to hide. So I will use my Quinn Tools kit that RetroTech Die sent me. I'm pretty sure that my iFixit kit is probably on my bench under something. Usually where it hides. That is... Oh. Oh, alright. I am going to have to desolder the shift lock key, so let's see here. Let me turn on power to the soldering iron. Let me just... Because this is a parts keyboard, I'm not too worried about it. There we go. Alright. Done and done. Alright. Yes, I actually have a couple of parts keyboards, and some of them I've been tempted to sell keycaps from, but I haven't figured out how to best do that yet. There's also some that I probably will hold on to for my own use of keycap donors. Of course, also if I can get these VIC-20s fixed, although I know that one VIC-20 has pretty poor video output, but it does seem to work. I'm not committing to the idea just yet, but I did have this wild and crazy idea of taking the two VIC-20s that are not the pet keys. The pet keys one I bought for me. taking these two VIC-20s I bought, especially if I can get them both working. Although, I don't know if I'll be able to really fix the video quality. But if they're otherwise working, and I have two of them, I had this wild and crazy idea of taking them to VCF East with me and giving one away on Saturday and one away on Sunday. Assuming there's nothing in the event rules that would prohibit it. So, not committing to it, because obviously I'll need to make sure VCF East doesn't have anything against that. But I think the thing probably would be, if I do give them away, it would be if you stop by the table, you put your name in the hat, and must be present to win, because I'm not shipping it. Would probably be how I would see that working. Alright, there's the key stem I need. I mean, I could have taken any of the key stems, but that happens to be the one that this key was on. Alright. The shift lock key fell out, not surprisingly. And also I have a bunch of little screws now that are loose. And since this keyboard is a parts keyboard, I'm not going to put it back together right away, but I will put the screws in a bag. Anyways, if anyone was wondering what in the world I would be doing with 3 more VIC-20s. Yeah, that's kind of the idea I had, especially once I saw how nice the VIC-20s appear to be in. And that's not to say that the ones that are in the boxes are among the 2 I'd give away. It's possible I may decide that I'll give away one of the VIC-20s I already have and keep one of these if they're better condition. After all, I kind of was trying to think of something nice to do. Something nice to do that would not involve me having to pay for shipping to give it to someone. I don't know how many I have in total, David. Probably more than any rational person. But it's because I've got, I guess, 2 pet keys, although the reason why I bought the second pet key is one in this lot. The reason I bought this lot is because the first pet keys one I have has problems. Like, I think, in fact, problems with the keyboard. And then, let's see, I've got a VIC-20 that's got a Euro-style keyboard in it. And let's see, I think I've got a VIC-20 with the standard keyboard. And then I think I have a cost-reduced VIC-20. And if that wasn't enough, then I've got a VIC-20 that I bought from Action Retro for like $5 that has been modded weirdly. So I guess including the 3 I bought today, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 VIC-20s. Doesn't seem right, but it probably is close enough. So, oh, I gotta remove this shift lock too. Aha. So, yeah, I was. There may be a reason why I have some of them that whenever I get back to making videos, that there may be a reason why I have some of the different versions. But this last lot, I basically bought the lot because I wanted the Pet Keys one, so I could try to get a Pet Keys one working. Because the first Pet Keys one I bought had, I've tried repairing the keyboard several times. And even after discovering there was something wrong with the CIA, I think there's still something wrong with the keyboard. Um, that Pet Keys one got water in the, I think it had water sitting in the sitting on PCBs for an extended time. But not it wasn't immersed in water, but it had it's like it was under a roof leak or something, where it had like water dripping into it constantly for some time. Oh, how many computers? Oh, if you're asking how many computers, I don't have a count of that. I think VIC-20s, it's currently 8. But 2 of them I'm thinking of giving away at VCF East. For people that stop by my exhibit and put their name in the hat. Maybe not a literal hat, because those can be unwieldy sitting on a table. It might actually be a jar, but the virtual hat. Probably if I do that, I'd give away one Saturday and one Sunday. And I do know if I did it, it would be you must be present to win, because I'm not shipping it. And then I think the really weird one I bought for $5 from Action Retro, I think that one I may also eventually give away. But I do need to do some restoration work on it before I give it away. I'm not going to that one so that one it probably would be a little bit before I give it away, and that one wouldn't be one I would give away at VCF East. We'll just say I'm not done with it yet, but when I'm done with it, I may pass it along to someone else in one form or another. Because the thing is, I don't always buy computers to keep forever. There are some that are kind of longer term holds, but then there's some where I'll buy it, I'll enjoy it, and I'll pass it along. And then there's just sometimes where, with this lot of 3 VIC-20s, for example, I wanted one of the computers in the lot, but I'm just not really thinking I want to try to sell VIC-20s on eBay when I might be able to do something nicer for the community with some of them. So, but we'll see. I could run it by VCF East to make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. And they might say, oh, no, we don't want you doing giveaways, which in that case, well, forget I ever mentioned it. But anyways, kind of something I thought of to possibly do. Alright, so now, hopefully, if I got all the screws out of the keyboard, even though I didn't remove it from the... There we go. Alright. So these key stems do look slightly different in this keyboard. I'm hoping I... Well, they do look like they're the same size, though, so let's... Alright. Maybe it's just a different color of some material they used. Alright. Let's put this back. At least enough so I can turn the keyboard over and put the keycap on and make sure that it looks like it's... Oh, okay. That looks like it does. Alright. So I put it in. It looks like it's about the same level as the other keycaps, so hopefully it's just a slight variance in the color of the key stems that Mitsumi was making. I'm gonna, just in case this keyboard also needs cleaned, I'm just gonna put enough screws in the back so that at least have some pressure. Be able to type. And hopefully just want to be able to verify that the keys work. I think the keys did work except for the one that was broken because I couldn't test it. If I remember. Alright. Alright, so I think... Oh, there we go. I think that now... Probably enough screws for testing. And the board's in place. And more importantly, I don't think you'll be able to tell that I replaced the clear home button. How's that for a nice repair? I mean, the button might be a little bit shinier. Let me put it this way. Keycap beats no keycap. There we go. That's I think it looks good enough that if I did give this away, I think it would still I think I'd still have a happy VIC-20 user. I mean, I realize it may not be the most useful of keys, so alright, so I'm gonna put that there. I haven't reattached shift lock. I just want to make sure the other keys work. But that should be good enough for testing. Oh, oops. Hold on. Oh, plugged in all the way. Oh, hold on. I didn't plug the LED back in. That's why. There we go. Okay. Clear home works. All right. Ah, thank you, David's Projects. Hope to see you here again. And there we go. So, swapped over a keycap and a keystem from a late VIC-20 keyboard. And I know it's a late one because it's got the C64 style function keys on it. Swapped it over to this VIC-20 keyboard that's not as late of a keyboard. And sure beats a broken key. Keycap's a little shinier than the originals, but hey, I'd rather have a slightly shinier keycap than none at all. Now the keyboard I took that keycap off of actually came out of the VIC-20 that I put a Euro style keyboard in. And the only reason I did that is because I thought the Euro style keyboard looked really cool. And I'd gone on eBay to find keyboard repair parts, and I just bought the Euro style keyboard instead. Like, totally irrational that I wanted a neat looking keyboard, but there we go. Given it was it's not a the keyboard wasn't in a cost reduced VIC-20, I'm not totally convinced that someone didn't swap keyboards from a Commodore 64 at some point to repair the VIC-20. is kind of how I justified putting a Euro style back in it, because it didn't seem like it was a late enough VIC-20 to have gotten a C64 keyboard from the factory. Unless maybe it went back to Commodore for repair, keyboard repair, and maybe that's when it got a C64 style keyboard, but anyways. That repairs this VIC-20. So far, for the VIC-20s that I have, I had to replace a keycap and a stem, and a 6502 processor. That's actually not too bad. I mean, sure, I would have liked to have not had to replace the 6502 processor, but it was a MOS part, so I guess I'm not surprised that it might have failed. But at least the VIC-20 just uses a standard 6502, so no special processors needed. And yeah, I'll get the shift lock I've got desoldered here momentarily. Okay, got one more screw, and I think that is up. Goes there. There we go. All right. Capcom's asking, is it still busted? I haven't gotten back to the pet keys one yet. I went to the first one I worked on, the first one that I pulled out of the box that had the busted key. I replaced it with a keycap from a spare keyboard. So this keyboard now works 100%. It only needed the replacement keycap, which luckily I had a parts keyboard to pull one off of. The last VIC-20 needed just a 6502 processor. We'll get to the pet keys one here momentarily, as soon as I get this one back together. So far, I've been able to fix 2 out of 3. Get the keyboard plugged in all the way. There we go. All right. So we'll double check this one last time, also because make sure I got the keyboard plugged back in. There we go. Yep, LED's plugged back in. And okay. All right. All I gotta do is put the screws back in this one, and it is done. And I'm actually kind of thinking the pet keys one, if I had to guess, I'm kind of thinking it might be the CIA. Just a hunch. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm just putting the screws back in the bottom of this. So, okay, so the one that had the bad 6502, it's got noisy composite output, so I may have to investigate it again at some point, but for the purposes of tonight's stream, it powers up, we can type in a basic program. So there we go. So I'm going to put a little tag on this one so I remember, and basically this one, we replaced the clear home key and stem. And that, there we go. So, cool. Let me go put this one to the side and go grab the key one. And go ahead and open it up. And if the CIAs are socketed, which I think they are, I think I'm going to go straight for trying a CIA. And the only reason I'm tempted to try that first is because of the way the characters weren't working. It seemed like it was going down rows of the keyboard. So all right. So pet keys. So the thing is, the VIC-20 with the pet keys keyboard, I think you'll see that the motherboard in it is the same as the one we were just looking at. The early VIC motherboard. All right. So I do see that both of the CIAs are, well, dusty, but is present. I'm going to plug the VIC-20 in, power it up. We'll see that we do have a video image. Nice clear image. Oh, hi Frogman, welcome. All right. I'm going to pull the thermal camera out, and I'm just going to inspect. I do see the CIAs are getting okay, not overly hot. Okay, not seeing anything alarming. All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna pop the CIA out as carefully as I can. Commodore used only the finest of cheap sockets. All right. It isn't a Moss part. Week 40 in 1982. So this is the one that the keyboard does plug into. So I'm going to I'm just going to go straight for a attempted swap. Oh, excuse me. Those are VIAs, versatile interface adapters. CIA is what's on the Commodore 64 and 128. Yeah, it's a VIA chip, the 6522. So I've been saying the wrong thing all evening. Yeah, the CIA is on the Commodore 64 and the Commodore 128. That's the CIA is the 6526. So yes, I'm sure someone was probably screaming in the chat or will be screaming in the comment section that I was saying the wrong thing all along. Well, I just realized my mistake. All right. Let's make sure this still boots. Yes, we do. All right. Let me plug the keyboard in and let's see if by chance that's all I needed to do. All right. All right. Well, no, there, that did not. All right, I bet I do have to disassemble the keyboard and clean it. All right. Oh, that'll be fun. The keyboard's on the other VIA, and I've got the wrong chip. I guess I can. Thought it was on this one, but all right, let's. Okay, let's put the original VIA back in here. I don't think that was actually the problem. I'll check to see if by chance reseating that did anything. Frogman's asking, did I ever fix the NVRAM for your Sun machine? No, I have not. No return key kill still, but something tells me that huh. You know, I bet if I take this keyboard apart and clean the PCB, I think maybe that's actually the problem. Because it seems like the more I bang on the keys, the more of them come back to life. So I think I probably just need to clean the PCB. All right, so let's go ahead and get the keyboard apart. Let's see, I think. All right, I will need to desolder these wires. From what I remember, they're kind of fiddly. All right, so I remember which is which. I'm going to put a B there for black. I'll remember the other one's red. Get the red wire off. There we go. They're just kind of tacked onto the top. All right. All right, here we go. Pull the PCB off, and then I'll clean the pads on the PCB, and hopefully that's all it needs. Actually, I also need to mark. For some reason, there are some smaller screws like here and here. Maybe they're not smaller. Oh, no, I don't think they're smaller. It's just an optical illusion. All right. Never mind. hopefully it's just cleaning the pads on this PCB. There could be some oxidation. Because otherwise I'll have to get one of those remote control repair kits, and because it could be the pads on the bottom of the keys. All right, so that should be that. I think I got all the screws off. So the pet style keyboard has all the little rubber dots, just like a lot of other like remote control type devices or theme pads or whatnot. Also, this keyboard has. I probably will do some cleaning of the keycaps as well. All right, because this may very well cleaning. Looking at the time and realizing I may not have time to completely clean this keyboard tonight. I'm going to put all of my screws in a little bag, also so I don't lose them. All right, so I'm going to take my little isopropyl alcohol doodad here, and because it likes to squirt isopropyl alcohol, looking to see if I can find my safety glasses, just because I don't want isopropyl alcohol in the eyes if it manages to. It's like a cheap alcohol dispenser bottle, so. Alright. Basically, what I'm going to do is take a Q tip, clean a pad, turn it over, clean a pad, flip it around, clean a pad, turn it over, clean a pad. And trying to get it nice and squeaky clean. Alright. Okay, one thing I can say, at least this keyboard doesn't look like it had water ingress like the last Pet Keys keyboard I tried to fix did. Go through, clean all these. Well, let's see here. About, I don't know, halfway done, maybe? I am noticing on some of these keys, they do look like maybe the little pads were sitting on them for an extended period of time. The return key does appear to be one of those keys, and maybe that's why it's not working. It just needed to be cleaned. I haven't gotten to it yet to clean it, but when I get to it, I'll show you. Try to zoom in and show you what I'm seeing. It could also just be a reflection off my ceiling, for all I know. So it looks like, all right, so I think the return key is this one here. Notice how it looks a bit duller there in the middle? Oh, hey, Jack68K, welcome. Nope, I'm working on potentially fixing it. I just realized I probably should have used maybe actual deoxit instead of isopropyl alcohol. I think I'm going to take another second pass over this keyboard here. Let's see if I can wipe this mystery stripe off the bottom of the board. I don't think it's anything. Alright. I just cleaned all the pads with isopropyl alcohol. Now, yeah, you made it for the end of the stream. Yeah, this is the Pet Keys VIC-20 that I picked up in the lot of 3 VIC-20s. Some of the keys weren't typing. So I'm going to put a drop of deoxit on each of these pads. I'm going to let it sit for a moment. Get a chance for all the oxidation. Sometimes I forget I have this deoxit. Granted, it is kind of expensive, the concentrated bottles. All right. But this keyboard's not a common keyboard, so it's worth it. Is it more or less than Trident cards? I think I have more Trident cards than Vic 20s. Yeah, I think that's a safe guess. More Trident cards than Vic 20s. Hopefully, this deoxit will do its work. Remove the oxidation if there is any. I think it supposedly will leave behind a protective barrier. All right. Okay. All right. This oxid's a little messier than I was hoping, but have to get a paper towel and kind of wipe up some more of the excess, and hopefully it'll be good. I mean, the gold contacts on the PCB are looking pretty good. I might have applied too much deoxit, but well. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Hopefully. Just wanted to kind of get some of the excess up because I don't want to make a mess of the conductive pads on the bottom of the keys. All right. Now I kind of want to give the other side of the keyboard a spot clean. Let me do it this way. Trying to lightly wipe the bottoms of these pads in case there's any like dust or debris on them. There we go. All right, well, let's put this back together and see what we got. Hopefully, that's lined up. All right. Then I'm gonna see if I can't get enough screws in so that I can at least give it a test before I put it completely back together. The return key is one of them I was having trouble with. I will put a few more screws in the area of the keyboard around where the return key is. This one I especially want to see if I fixed it. Let me get a couple of edge screws in. That one. That one. Okay. All right. Good night, Callan. Okay. So, I think that's enough screws in the keyboard to give it a test. All right. Okay. There we go. All right. Power on. All right, we got return. Oh, beautiful. In the words of Adrian Black, it freaking works. All this pet keyboard needed. Needed the PCB removed and a good thorough cleaning. Excellent. All right, so I guess I might as well finish putting the keyboard back together. Because that's one way to make sure that I don't lose parts. All right. All right. So all right. Yay. That's good that I got this keyboard fixed. Yes, for the three VIC-20s, I guess there's really not much of a regret. Wait, you know, sure I had to. Hmm. Sure, had to replace a 6502 in one. Had to replace a broken key stem and missing keycap on one, and I had to rub the keyboard PCB on one. But overall, seems like it was a successful eBay lot. And, well, I guess for computers that are as old as the VIC-20, I guess I really can't complain that the for parts or repair lot well, was very repairable and didn't require many parts. And I didn't have to turn them into parts. Alright, I do have this one screw position here that... Oh, there we go. Okay, so all I gotta do is reattach the shift lock. And... okay, I don't know that I necessarily... I'll call it a good deal. I'll go with you. Probably wasn't a great deal, even though there was a Pet Keys VIC-20 in it. I'm not going to go so far as to say I got a great deal on it, because the other two VIC-20s were, well, common. But I'd say I got a good deal on it, and I guess the thing was, I do have another Pet Keys VIC-20, but I haven't been able to fix it. There's something wrong with its keyboard, which is like the whole charm of the thing. This was kind of one of those, I guess, worst case, I figured I'd be able to get one working from two. Although I guess in reality, I didn't have to use parts from the other one to get this one to work, so... Oh, hold on. Alright, this is like the most fiddly shift lock to repair, though. Oh, come on. There we go. A little dab of solder there. And then I need to come back and... Alright, I think I got it reattached. Yeah, I don't like the shift lock on the Pet Keys keyboard. It's harder to get the shift lock key back on. Because on the Pet Keys keyboard, you're basically tacking the tacking the wire to the end of a pin. Whereas on the other style keyboards, you got two wire leads that go through holes, so it's easier to resolder them. But anyways, all right. Fingers crossed that I got the caps lock key fixed or shift lock. If I turn on shift lock, yep. All right. I got the shift lock key attached. Excellent. Let me get the screws back in the bottom here. And then we can call this one done. And I can call the stream done because it's time to... my word. Time flies so fast when you're having fun and repairing the wonder computer of the 1980s. There we go. Pet keys, style VIC-20. And it's working good. All right, so that I think I might have busted my string of unsuccessful streams because I was able to fix 3 out of the 3 VIC-20s. Okay, yes, I fixed the Commodore 128 as well, but I don't know if I could really call it broken given how easy it was to fix. I don't think it was broken. We'll call that one user error. You've got a Commodore 128, and all you see is the background color and the border. Make sure your 4080 column switch is not depressed if you're using composite output, because it only outputs TTL video if the 4080 column switch is pressed in. That's why the eBay seller thought that it needed repair, when in reality, it just needed the switch undepressed. Okay, there is a broken key on that keyboard. We'll get to that at some other point. But it's not a key that's affecting operation. I guess it's not entirely fixed, but the main problem that was reported is fixed. And I got the 3 VIC-20s fixed. So, yeah, at some point I'll take that Commodore 128 keyboard apart and fix it. So anyways, given the fact it's late and I got to work tomorrow, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Thursday, we will be going pro. Pentium Pro, that is. So we'll have fun there, and many more live streams coming up. Frogman says, yep, time for some Z's later all. All right, later Frogman, later everyone else. Let's see here. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for joining me in the chat, hanging out, being cool, supportive in the chat, here to celebrate that I actually got something repaired for once. Oh, hi, Art Morris. Welcome. And I hope you all have a pleasant and safe rest of your day, especially for those on the East Coast where it is snowing, possibly freezing rain, and sleeting, and all that other fun winter weather. So stay safe out there. And with that, I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.